Anyone?
Oh, Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight to touch each council member up there. Heavenly Father, give them the power and the strength to make the right decision tonight. Look over this city and keep blessing this city. In the name of the Lord, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Miss B, will you check to see if there's a sign-in sheet back there? Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Rodney,
Sir.
can you call us to order, please?
Yes, sir. Mayor Branch,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Branch,
Here.
Alderwoman Taylor,
Here.
Alderman Keo,
Present.
Alderwoman Newendorf,
Present.
Alderman Scapps.
Has anyone heard from Mr. Stamps? We'll keep on moving then. Agenda item number 3 is public comments, and we have Mr. Chris Warthall to speak.
Good evening, Mayor, council ladies, councilmen. I come before y'all to request that we begin our mosquito control program for 2023. Because of record rainfall that we've had in the past few months, there's a lot of standing water in our city. There's also early higher temperatures, very unseasonable for right now. So we do have increased adult mosquito activity along with mosquito larvae in the standing water. To fog the city as a service for adulticides, remember, takes about 3.5 hours. The city consists of about 35 miles of roads within the city limits that are treated, as well as hotspot areas throughout the city. And we've covered those in the past. If any of y'all have any questions about those, I'll be happy to cover them with you. So with that, I'm requesting and asking each one of y'all to go ahead and approve starting the mosquito program for March. That's all I have. Are there any questions?
Okay. We can put that on the next agenda, Justin.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to agenda item number 4, discussion possible action regarding approval of city council meeting minutes from February the 16th, 2023.
Make the motion we approve the city council meeting minutes from February 16th, 2023.
Second.
Ms. Newendorf?
Abstain.
Ms. Branch?
For.
Motion carries. Agenda item number 5, discussion and possible action regarding invoice payments and reports.
Make the motion we approve the invoice payments and reports as listed.
Second. Four.
And Ms. Branch.
Or,
Motion carries, the motion passed, or whatever. Okay, number 6, department head reports. Following person may provide an update to the council regarding monthly activity in respective department, but the council may not discuss the report unless it relates to an item on the agenda. The first one we have is Chief Miller. And City Secretary. You wanna give it to Mike? No. Or you wanna-
he's the city administrator.
No, I guess we want Public Works.
Mr. Rodney, you don't have anything to say today about what's been going on in City Hall?
One thing I have is the report for, tax collection. I believe I read the tax rate up there.
Mr. Kelly.
Yeah. Now, only thing I got going on right now, we have moved out to 11th Street, moved to 13th Street. And we can start cleaning out ditches over there, replacing some of the covers that need to be replaced. And once we leave there, I'm gonna take a short break and go to Hereford Drive and clean the easement way out.
If you
It needs to
can.
be done, just holding up water,
Yeah, if you can now.
if I can. If not, I'm gonna go to 12th Street.
The problem with Hereford Drive is since September, there's a water leak on the, I'm sorry, Alderman.
Well, this is
This is something.
in the
else.
easement right off South Street. There's about 3-4 homes. I mean, they're almost petrified sequoias that have come up back there that are causing one home especially to hold water for about 2 weeks in their backyard because the water cannot drain off. So it just needs Public Works to come in and just raise it, slope it back to South Street, and it should take care of those issues at that point.
Well, it'd help if the water district could fix that,
Absolutely.
water leak that's been on Hereford Drive since September the 3rd, and I know myself and Mr. Kelly both has reported it to the water district, and it's only getting bigger. And
What can we do about that? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Mm.
It's back and
girl, please,
forth. I'm just saying.
that's
Mr.
way
Kelly,
too
did y'all
much.
finish the whole 11th Street or just portions of 11th Street that was asked to be fixed because of the cupboards?
Well, we didn't do the whole street because, there's some more covers need to be cleaned out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm working on the thing right now to see, can I able to rent this machine?
Mr. Kelly, can we get you to come up here and make sure it's on the recording, please?
Hello?
They didn't say touch no buttons, Kevin, they just said talking.
It's on
You
there.
done turned it off.
Just tap on this orange, right? It'll turn green.
Yeah, so, see, it was.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, I'm working on a project next week, I think it's Monday, we get up to 6 here. I'm looking at a machine that the city might be able to rent, to help us clean out some of those covers. We got a lot of covers that jam packed with water, that never been cleaned out. But, I'm asking the council members if they can be available, a couple of y'all. Y'all wanna see the demo when they're bringing the machine out and see how it work and stuff? And maybe we can, decide to rent it, and Public Works do the work, and we can use that money somewhere else. If it's okay with y'all, council.
I'll be there.
I'll do my best. Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
The reason why I asked about 11th Street, cause, one of the, do you know Miss Sampson? Hers, yeah, she's on 11th Street at the end though.
That is?
The other
359
end,
or
that's what I was
1458.
asking.
Well, when we get, we coming back, we
Okay.
had some main issues in that. little-
Hers is standing too, that's why I was asking.
We gonna get it.
Okay.
Now, you're doing the north side of
Yeah.
11th Street. Does the south side need to be done too, or what does that
Yes,
look
we
like?
do, we do.
Okay.
Yeah, cause that's why I said hers is standing, and
Yep.
she called, and she
Might as well do them all.
You might
Yeah, I
as well.
mean,
And one more thing while y'all got me back up here.
Without the microphone.
But let me ask it anyway. There's a lot of covers need to be replaced. Okay, so I don't know if y'all say something or not, but some of them is way too small, some of them is broke up. While I'm at it, I wasn't gonna replace some of them. Because when y'all see the bill, I don't wanna be questioning about it.
Understandable.
That's what I'm asking.
Understandable.
let me ask you this. Have you gone through the entire city and identified the number of culverts that need to be
Oh.
replaced?
I read a minute, but I identify all of them.
Okay, so
This area that I'm supposed to be working.
This
I know we
just-
got a grant coming in, or we gotta wait for a grant.
Well-
How do y'all work?
what we need you to do for us is have some forethought into what you're doing, right? Which would mean start going through the city, whether you do it quadrant by quadrant, and you pick a section, you go through there and you mark what all needs to be done for your department to be successful, right? Start doing that and get your list put together, because budget cycle is about to be rapidly approaching again.
Correct.
And so there's that kind of stuff that we need to know about, so we make sure we're allocating for, and we can determine how soon we can do stuff, how much we can do, you know, what that looks like. I know a lot of our issues are the packed culverts. Maybe this machine is gonna be the answer to prayer we've been looking for. But I guess for me, and I can't speak for anybody else on this dais, but I would say if you could start prioritizing, you spending some time going through the different streets and really analyzing what needs to be done, and then come back to us with a substantive report that says, hey, I can do these 10 streets and I need this much money to do it, or et cetera, et cetera. But we're talking hypotheticals here. I know we can't make a vote on this anyway, but we're talking pie in the sky at the moment, right? And saying, hey, giving you a blanket, go fix them. Well, we don't know if that's, $10 million or $2, right? So that's what I would like to see, and I'll defer to anybody else on council who has a better idea than I do.
My only comment would be, once you start on 11th Street,
Fix, yeah, that's what I'm,
I agree with
start
that.
on one end and
Go
finish
down.
on the other end.
yeah.
And run
It's
it around
no
the corner.
sense in doing 2-3
Well-
culverts on this end, 'cause these people happy campers. Then you got the middle, they don't have nothing, and then you go over here and
They
you
got, yeah.
end up, and we've got to go from A to C. We can't just start skipping around.
Correct, correct.
So,
I agree up to a certain point, but one of the problems is, the biggest problem is over there. We need to get that machine. Majority of the covers on 11th, 13th Street is stopped up.
So would it be a fair thing to say, in the ideal world, those ditches are gonna have to be dug out if we have the machine, right? So what Ms. Branch is saying, I agree with, start at 1458 and go all the way to 359. Make sure the ditches are cut out, and then identify the culverts that need to be replaced, and I guess discuss that with the mayor. But, because eventually it's gonna have to get done, right, for the water to flow correctly. So if you're already there, let's do the job as complete as we can.
But I wanna address this in another way. The problem I'm running into right now, I ran into it on 11th Street, I'm running into it on 13th Street. Those covers been back there years. They're not at the right elevation. I cannot go to the mayor and replace every cover right now.
But you got him to agree to replace some on 11th Street, right?
I got him to agree with the one that the water's not flowing through that.
Right. So I mean, there's provision where we could, but that's where you're just gonna have to really analyze what needs to be done. But
Correct.
we still need to dig the ditches out, right? Because if we're creating high spots or excessively low spots, we can dig all the ditches we want. We're gonna be in the same boat we're in now in some areas where the culverts aren't cleaned out. Or if we clean the culverts out, but the ditches are shallow, we're gonna be running into another issue of the water can't drain off to 359 or 1458 because we hadn't done the full job.
Correct, on 13th Street, we got a problem with tip shots on that.
Yep, I believe it.
We got
On
a
the end.
serious issue.
I believe it.
with that.
And that's
In there?
stuff we can accept,
Yes.
and we can accept
I mean,
that.
They got a concrete wall up there,
I know,
and I just can't go cut that.
they didn't do it
This the
right.
thing
No.
with that thing like this.
Yeah,
Yes.
It's the same way on 12th Street. You don't. It's not one going in, but it's blocking it. Like
Yeah,
it's coming
hitting
down.
concrete and
Yeah,
holding, and then the one on 359 started coming back down 11th Street.
yeah. That's how it is on 12th Street too.
And there's also not just packed culverts, but I believe the city ordinance now asks for 18-inch culverts. If you got a 12-inch culvert,
And there's a
Uh,
bunch of that going on.
it, even though that it's clear,
Mhm.
you need to put that on the discussion list with the mayor or council or whoever. And we need to change them 12-inch culverts out, because if you look down Kenny Street, you got a couple of 12s, then you got a 24, then you go back down to a 18. And the more water that we move out, the quicker we move it out, the better chance of not flooding we have. So that needs to be identified also.
thank you, Mr. Kelly. And next we have Municipal Court Director, Ms. Sherry.
Everything's going good with the courts, all up to date, current with all reports, everything's looking good on plan.
Tell them what you just got. Tell the council what you just got.
Oh, and I just got computers installed, we finally got them, yes, and they're working, yay! And, we just did that all today. The 2 laptops, they did have to bring them back to the office because they have to put a little bit of software on them, but we'll get them back next week before we start court on Thursday. So, but everything's looking really nice in court, I'm getting all caught up with all the reports and everything. It's going good.
We thank you.
What's the status of, and I just lost her name. It's not Zuli, the other young lady we just hired.
Fabiola.
Fabiola.
I thought
She's
this,
working
What's
real well.
status of her going to training for the juvenile side?
Yes, June, I'm
June.
looking for June. I'm waiting for, I had to sign up with, PMCEC,
Mhm.
so I'm waiting for a password and I'm trying to get everything tomorrow, so I need that password to get to school, so it's me and her for, I think hers is in June and mine's in July.
So the council's aware. Recently brought Miss Fabiola on, who was kind of a part-timer. She's now full-time. And once she gets trained to be the juvenile caseworker, Ms. Zuli, who's kind of worked part-time for us and works for the county, will no longer work for us. So that's going to free up some overhead there as far as salary cap is concerned. So, but I can tell you this, the vendors, I get calls pretty regularly, and they're pretty happy with everything we're doing in the courts department. So good job to you. Appreciate it.
good job.
Thank you, ma'am. And next we have Mr. Mike Barnes, City Administrator.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, happy birthday,
Thank you.
members of council. Just you should all pat yourselves on the back, go ahead collectively. The Brookshire Economic Development Corporation, keeping in mind that you appoint that body, received an Economic Development Excellence Award by the Texas Economic Development Council last Friday. Many folks don't realize that the city council is responsible for those appointments. And in all candor, if it weren't for the city council, we wouldn't have the projects that are under roof that exist today. So I wanted to make you all aware of that. There have been some press announcements, I know some social media announcements on that. There are continuing to be major projects that are underway. I think I reported to you at the last council meeting that, we've had some discussions with, groups that are interested, in annexing into the city. We've sent the information to the attorney. We're trying to do, he and other folks will be doing the wordsmithing, but that project will be an additional 28 acres, and then they're closing on another 10-acre tract, which will put a net 38 new acres into the city of Brookshire, of which will be used for commercial, industrial. I'm still trying to get them to do a little retail, but I don't frankly know if the site lends itself to that. In addition, I met with, as recently as yesterday, another project that is a 72-acre project that will be a continuation, if you will, of a smaller Empire West. That project, land currently lies within the city. It's obviously underutilized and undertaxed. The new development will generate additional tax revenue, not to mention the additional employment opportunities for our citizens. I want to make you aware of that. I think that project is going to turn out very nicely. I appreciate the fact that they've come in as early as they've come to get the cities in ongoing discussion. We're addressing as best we can increased development causes increased permit activity. As we talked about at last council meeting, taxation is sort of, I'm not saying it's going down, but the need for staff to be intimately involved in that has somewhat dissipated, while the need for additional permit staff has enhanced. And we made a change that per your direction at last council meeting. We've added an existing staff member from another department to help with that permit process. You need to be aware of the date, March 9th. There will be a bid opening. I don't know if Rosie will be here or not. Probably, you're welcome to come for what's referred to as the downtown project, which, for just to kind of give you a brief review, is the ADA, this project that will have ADA parking spaces, additional street lighting in what I call the greater downtown area, and also additional sidewalk improvements. That bid opening will occur here in Brookshire on March the 9th, and I don't believe they've sent me a time. As soon as I get that time, I'll get it out to you all. That's kind of the highlights. I'm sure we'll have some discussion later on in executive session if you so desire.
Oh, yeah, I desire.
Any questions or comments?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Agenda item number 7, discussion and possible action regarding the storage building originally intended for use as a dog pound. Ms. Branch.
Mayor, I'd like to give the floor to Alderman Hill. He's sorry to put you on blast there all of a sudden, but he's been in contact with a company that put the building there, and the cost is outrageous, and I don't want to faint again. So what it's gonna cost us to bring that up to standard is outrageous. So Mr. Hill, if you'll.
Well, depends on your definition of outrageous. I spoke to the building company. I also spoke with Miss Yolanda here to confirm that we did not pay for the concrete portion. That company indicated that for nearly a year, they tried to reach out to the former police chief, ready, willing, and able to perform the concrete work, but never got a return call. Now, since that was 2 years ago, pricing obviously has changed, right? So Originally, it was $62.55 for the concrete work, but now they're needing an additional about $2,400. There's a pesky provision in that policy that we would need to provide the Georgia buggies, of which they are forecasting needing 2. And we're going to need 4 to 5 loads of sand for a final grade on that. We don't have pricing on any of that, but I would assume, being that we're already at $8,500, that's easily going to top $10,000. In the last meeting, Chief Miller's liaison handed us a bid for $30-something thousand for the same concrete work, plus adding a porch pad on the front of the building. I spoke with Chief Miller last week about what his ideas, thoughts were for that. He's come up with the concept of part storage, part kennels for the dog pound, and looking at redoing that. If we're to go that route, we're going to have to seriously look at, and Ms. Neuendorf could speak, I'm sure, to this, proper drainage for fecal matter and that stuff to actually drain out. And all that stuff would need to be thought out and done before we ever pour a stitch of concrete, because coming back after that is going to be insane.
Let's
I will
not forget the air conditioning.
Yeah,
and the
we're just talking
heating,
putting a floor in at this moment.
electricity.
I think it's possible to do what's being requested. However, until we can have some roundabout numbers on what just build out will cost, besides concrete, I'm talking drainage, walls, actual equipment to put it in there. I'll be real honest with you, in just, the brief Google search that I've done, we'd almost be better scrapping the building completely and building 2 separate buildings, one for storage, one for a dog kennel, than trying to retrofit this particular building. And I'll defer to Ms. Neuendorf here in just a second. Again, if we're going to proceed with this vein of thought, I think the Animal Advisory Committee would need to meet, scope out some other facilities, and get some roundabout numbers, and then come back to the table. I don't know how practical it's going to be to reuse that building in that form, though.
Totally agree.
I think I've maintained the position from the very beginning, and I think that the use of the building has never been a concern for myself. It's the overall follow through with what a dog pound program would entail, and I don't think that our city is in the position to take on the responsibility of having a dog pound at this moment in time. Yes, of course, there's the physical logistics of drainage and biosecurity. And for public record, prior to my current career, I was a veterinary technician and practice manager for 10 years, so I'm very well aware of the needs of veterinary programs. It's not only the physical needs of where do we put the dogs in a way, so to your point, Ms. Branch, with heating and air conditioning, insulation, having water and electrical available, the proper kennels available. But then it comes down to staffing the facility with staff that is educated and experienced in this area. Whenever a dog bite or a cat bite occurs, are they aware of the Texas and federal laws according to rabies bite quarantines? Whenever we pick up an animal, are we aware of the procedures of scanning them and checking for vaccination records? And then that lends itself to the point of, what type of requirements do we have as a city of Brookshire in place for rabies certification? Do we have any kind of ordinances in place that require animals to be sterilized, or a special certificate that has to be purchased by a citizen who wishes to use their animal as a breeding animal, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? I think there's a lot of room for growth in that area, but I think that it's going to take a lot more time than what we currently have to explore out that program and make sure that that program is planned in a way that is good. And I'd rather see us take the time to plan it rather than trying to implement something without the appropriate planning done prior to and have something fail. And I mean, to the point, Mr. Barnes, how many job openings do we currently have that are unfilled?
6-ish.
Right. So, and we have positions that we are struggling to fill in this moment. I think trying to fill positions, because we would need full-time staffs, that would be a budgetary issue. We would need at least some skeletal crew of full-time staff to manage the pound and make sure that the animals are receiving the proper care, as well as the time to establish relationships with local veterinarians and things like that. So it's my concern goes well beyond the physical building and the facility itself. Those are also of concern just due to cost and what they need. I think I mentioned at a previous meeting, just a 10-foot section of stainless steel kennels that hold 11 animals, we're talking $7,000. So, and that was priced on a facility that I helped design several years ago for a school system. So there's a lot of cost here that I think maybe a lot of people just aren't as aware of, that we're not ready for.
Anyone else?
And just a reminder, City of Katy just settled a lawsuit related to their animal control. So, we have some issues we need to work out with the county on the existing contract, but I think that may be the more attractive option at this point than biting this off.
I'd like to make a motion that we table this, or down, or whenever that we have more information and that the board could meet. It's my fault that the board has not been able to meet. I guess they could do it without me, but I'd prefer them not. So I'd like to make a motion that we table this till we have more information.
Second.
Ms. Mundo?
4.
Ms. Taylor?
4.
Mayor, and the rest of the council, could we skip to number 11 and number 12, where we can free these people up to go on, because this looks like we're gonna be here for
Yes, Lord.
quite a while. If it so pleases.
So
the
you're
rest.
asking me?
I'm
What about-
sorry,
You're asking me?
What about 13 as well?
13 too.
Oh, my goodness. Too much.
What number are you? 11, 12, and 13, Mayor, if it pleases the rest of the council.
Well, let's do it like this. Let's do 10, 11, 12, and 13.
Well, Grant Works is it's a presentation, Mayor, that
Oh, it's
I'm
gonna
in.
take longer? Okay, let's go. Whatever.
Thank you.
We'll move to agenda item number 11, discussion and possible action regarding permits and a hardship letter related to a home being built in the city of Brookshire. Mr. Darrell and Allison Davis.
She gonna get up, Daryl. She gonna let you pretend to be running stuff. And she'll fix it for you when you mess it up.
How everyone doing today?
Sir, here you go, sir.
What is this afternoon?
Sir. It's on. It's on.
Well, I don't know if everyone know, we, back in 2019, we had a house fire, and we lost everything. Watched our house burn down 50 minutes in front of us. But we walked away with our lives, so that's what matters. Sticks, brick, and mortar, that's what it was. But at the time, pretty much it was like 4 months before COVID. So due to COVID happened, we had to make a decision and move around. Now COVID has been put on the back burner. Now we're trying to come back home. And it was the 3 issues that needed to be addressed with our home builders and the city. And 2 of them were, excuse me.
Allison, that might be your cue.
My Lord. Sorry. Well, anyhow,
I may can help you out a little bit.
I had that letter.
Um, they're essentially wanting three variances tonight. One's the waiver of the replat.
Yes, sir.
The second waiver is for the minimum driveway width,
Yes, sir.
which really only affects one section of your driveway, which is 10 foot 3 inches, so 1.7 on that. Let me do some better math on that. It's a little bit more than 1.7, 1.9. And then the last would be the waiver of the rear setback by 3.3 feet, and then a side yard setback, a rear 3.8, a side yard setback of 3.3. Which side yard were y'all referring to on that? If you're looking from the front of the house, is that the left side yard or is that the right side yard?
If you're looking from the front of from the road, Stella Road, it will be set back to the east.
Okay, so
That'd be the right.
right side yard, okay. And for council's edification on this, I did ask Gunda quite a few questions on this. I think y'all were included on some of the emails.
Yes, sir.
There's really no issues on any of this. I just wanted to make sure we're specific with the language of the variance so as not to create further issues down the road for your neighbors. So, if the mayor will entertain a motion, I have a motion on this one.
Okay, Mr. Hill, your motion?
Motion would be to grant the waivers in the following form. Waiver number 1 would be to waive the replat. Waiver number 2 would be to waive the minimum driveway width only for the 10 foot 3 section. All the other sections are above the 12 foot width, so we're good on those. Waiver number 3 would be the 3.8 foot rear setback, and then the 3.3 side yard right side setback.
Second.
Ms. Nuendo
4.
and Ms. Taylor.
4.
Alrighty then. Thank you, sir. You got,
Y'all have a good one.
what you needed. Just in case motion carries, let's go to agenda item number 12, discussion and possible action regarding resolution number 1426, a resolution authorizing the sale of the 2008 fire department booster truck. Ms. Branch.
Oh, I have this gentleman from Patterson Fire Department that we've been knowing each other a long time, and he's approached to buy the booster truck that has been sitting out in the weather forever and a day. We still have to pay for insurance on it. It needs, well, never mind. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Kent from Patterson Volunteer Fire Department to tell us what's all wrong with it and what we could do to make this happen.
The truck itself, it's inoperable at this point. We can't start it, there aren't any batteries, so we have no idea what is truly wrong with the internals of the vehicle, much less the fire pump itself. But a visual inspection, we found some grit and grime in the oil and the dipstick. I think you were there with most of the description. There's some body damage on the back of the truck that needs to be addressed. The front bumper needs to be replaced. Cover the tires, we gotta replace tires, dry rot sitting there. Fire hose needs to be replaced, fuel hose needs to be replaced. The pump itself, when we drain the water to the freeze, from the request of this branch. The fuel tank, all that on the outside has been just sunbaked. This needs to be addressed with replacement at this point. Don't know if the siren works, don't know if the lights work, the work lights are full of water. This poor thing's outside through 2 freezes, I think, at least one for sure. So again, we're unsure if we have broken lines anywhere or what needs to be addressed. Other than you have a surplus truck sitting there that visually inspected, we probably have something to work with.
And you're willing to give us how much money for our messed up booster truck that we pay insurance on.
$10 million was what I heard earlier. 10 million.
I'll take it.
Do this deal, y'all like to discuss a price in executive session, I'll be more than happy to stay to do that, to narrow that down to what everybody would like to have.
Well,
Just so the council is aware, the way the resolution is structured, it doesn't price it, it's
We can pass the resolution. So we can pass the resolution
Well-
and determine price later.
the fair market value in speaking to, oh God, his name just went out of me.
It's okay.
The gentleman that came down to do the audit for all of our fire trucks with all the, I mean, those batteries, I think you probably can help me, Mr. Ken, it's something like $800 a piece and you have to
I
have,
believe for the total, yes ma'am, for the two would be
or two.
$800 is what I was told.
And can we set a price?
Yeah, I mean, the way the resolution is structured right now, it authorizes the mayor to, just to finalize the say, price that's determined against grant authorization.
I'd also like to remind the rest of my council members that this would be going to Patterson Fire Department, correct?
Yes ma'am, it'd be owned by the Fire Department, not the ESD trucks.
And that Patterson Fire Department has helped us out when we had a fire department and couldn't help ourselves. So, I think that it would be only fair and money-wise to
And-
take the offer and get it out of the weather.
Well, plus it would help them out a lot too.
And it helped Mr. Kent and the rest of the,
It'll help everybody, it'll help the whole
Yeah, that's true. Just y'all do run
can you give me
around.
$10,000 cash tonight, or do you need to go to the bank in the morning?
Can we do $8,000?
No, I'd like 10. And if you offer 10 cash and go to the bank in the morning, I'll just go ahead and make a motion to see what the rest of the council wants to
Would you
do.
like to make it 10? I'd like to take it back to my board of directors, we have a meeting next Wednesday, and I can give you notification for everything.
Then I have to put up with you at the next city council meeting.
We can pass the resolution. We can pass the resolution tonight and determine a price.
Let's do that then. I make a motion that we pass resolution 1426, authorizing the mayor to negotiate how much Patterson's gonna give us.
Second.
That keeps you comfortable.
There's always that guy in the room. Are we gonna have a minimum on this? So we're not dropping below, or should there be some sort of
Yeah, we do.
safety guards there?
So the way it's structured is contemplate, that's what the mayor or his designee can determine.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the thing that you can't do is just give away property. So
I
Oh,
agree
we
with that.
ain't giving away nothing as long as I sit on city council.
Ms. Newendorf, your vote,
4.
and Mr. Hill.
4.
Okay. I'll see you Monday in my office. Just joking. Okay, now we're going to number 13. Agenda item number 13, discussion and possible action regarding resolution number 1427, a resolution regarding the waiver of section 16-114 of the city's code of ordinance for residential structure located at 2 Donna Court. Mr. Lopez?
So, it's me again.
Yep.
Good evening. And, yeah, I wrote a letter, formally, just asking for a waiver, for, a variance. I didn't write that, city code, because I didn't know it, but, I see it here. So, we're still trying to get our building, our house, built, without having to go through doing plans again. We're doing pretty much everything, engineering plans, architectural plans. I would have to redo pretty much everything. Since we were instructed, I mean, from the beginning that we had to raise our tab, with field, I mean, from the beginning, that's how we started. And, so all our plans, our engineering surveys, topographic surveys, everything was done accordingly. And, so, a variance would help us a lot. It would save us a lot of money and a lot of issues with the neighboring property. The runoff, it's all going into a property. If we are granted this variance or waiver, like I said, we can both drain to the street and, without having to go with the hassle, I mean, and having him cut all his dirt out and, building a retaining wall, drainage and everything else. So, yeah.
So, Mr. Pruitt, we're being asked to grant a variance for section 16-114, which essentially states in areas where a regulatory floodway has not been designated, no new construction, substantial improvements, or other developments shall be permitted on the community's flood insurance rate map unless demonstrated the cumulative effect of the proposed development, when combined with all of the existing and anticipated development, will not increase the water surface elevation of the base flood more than 1 foot at any point within the community. But this area is regulated, correct?
Yes.
I mean, that's square in the floodplain. And I mean, I looked through your packet and, I mean, you submitted some initial documentation. That, I guess, let me ask this first. Have you at any point ever had a permit in hand, an issued permit by the city of Brookshire? Okay. So you started this process on 2/10/2020. Then you came back in and made an application acknowledging on 12/21/2021 that you knew this property was in the 100-year floodplain.
Yeah, and, back in 2020, that's when we were instructed that we had to raise our tab.
Understand?
And, so we made, during that year, that's when the freeze came and we were busy, but we started working with our engineers, architects, everybody, surveys and everything. We got all our package together in 2021, but accordingly to the way the houses were built back then. So then that's when we submitted our packaging with accordingly to that.
Understand.
That way.
So then you came back on 4/27/2022 with your elevation certificates. And you raised the issue.
I think in beginning of 21, that's when I submitted my package, and that included
Okay.
elevations and everything.
The paperwork here is signed by your engineer on 4/27/2021.
That was a correction that we did to the elevation certificate because my previous address, when I purchased the property, it was with the previous address, which it was 3326 Donna Court. So, but I have the other elevation certificate from,
Okay.
2021 as well, if you need it, I can send you that.
So the issue I see, and I can empathize with you in a lot of ways, however, the home next to you that you cited last time, they were made to comply with all sorts of regulations as was needed. They started that process in December of 2020, and it was completed by 11 of 2021. So I understand when you first came in 2/10 of 2020, there was discussion about this, the ordinances right now, this, the elevation in that area. However, because you never completed a permit and started that process, other homes came in line behind you, got issued permits. They were required to build up. Unfortunately, that area, I mean, it's what it is in that area. You have to build up. So much so that on some of those homes, they required them to put on the deed that they would not ever come back against the city of Brookshire should those homes flood. So I can empathize with you, but we really can't, in my opinion, and Mr. Pruitt's, the legal eagle here, can't go backwards to those previous ordinances because all these changes happen in that area. And to go back to that, we're risking our flood rating, insurance for every resident within the city limits of Brookshire, and you're doing a disservice to yourself in that home because it runs the risk of flooding.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, I empathize for you, but you're just kind of late in the line. And to let you go under the old, process, we would be advocating by approving that, you having a home that floods, you devaluing the insurance rating for every citizen in the city of Brookshire, and I personally can't agree to that.
Well, the house wouldn't flood because we would raise, right? Just like the neighbor did.
Mm.
So basically, all we're asking is to
Can never guarantee
be
that.
able to build the way the neighbor did. I mean, number 4 down at Fort, and I can show you the pictures. He raised his back.
Okay, so
And
where's the fill that you're going to have to remove going to go on your property? Because remember, there's that pesky thing of if you bring fill in, which you have to remove it from somewhere else on your property. Where are you going to remove that from?
since our lot is a smaller lot,
Correct.
there's no way that we tried. I mean, we tried to balance the numbers.
Understand.
because we were able to remove as much as we
Right.
could. Since our lot is smaller, and you remember when we did the variance for when I bought the plat, so our lot is a lot smaller, just like the neighboring, the number 4, it's a smaller lot, so he was able to raise, and there was he didn't do any mitigation on that lot per se. He didn't have to do any mitigation because his lot is small, so he didn't cut any dirt at all. Actually, in fact, since he didn't cut any dirt, his dirt is always on my side, right? So he didn't have to do any mitigation at all.
Yeah.
On the first 4 houses that he built, he didn't do any mitigation at all.
He did,
Uh,
because we had to go through a whole lot of hoops. And FEMA, we finally had to get their engineer to stamp the plans and plats due to the fact that it is in the floodplain. And like Mr. Hills expressed, we could give you a variance, but why do we make these laws, rules, and regulations, and then all of a sudden, because somebody didn't follow through, well, we'll just do a variance, but then we're, like Mr. Hill said, we're doing you a disservice, and it's gonna hurt the city as well as yourself.
Yeah, and can I show you a couple pictures real quick? Just so
Whatever
you can
makes
see,
you
'cause
happy.
I didn't see any cutting on any of the sides of his path. His path is raised and there's no cutting basically. These 2 houses were built at the same time. I saw when they were building these houses, and you can see how both houses have just a small valley in the middle. So you can see the valley right there in the middle. So there's no cutting in between. He filled up and he just built the house on top of his path. So I don't see where he mitigated here. I mean, and these.
So
these
part of
are
that
not
mitigation is that key word you just used, valley.
proposed. Yeah,
The purpose of that is to what? Channel that water,
yes.
and then where's it draining off to? First Street ditch.
It's going to First Street Beach.
Correct.
And
So
to-
that's
and to-
part of the mitigation is creating that allocation for drainage,
Yeah.
right? So that valley, as you call it, is part of that scupper that's directing that water backwards.
Yes. And
So there
this
was
is what I'm
mitigation
proposing.
performed.
This is exactly what I'm proposing. I'll do the exact same thing on my side. I'll make a valley, but I need to raise my path. Why? Because if I don't raise my path, his runoff is always gonna be on my side. All his runoff from the roof is gonna fall in the slope, and then it's just gonna wash off into my side. So this is what I'm proposing, exactly the same thing.
So that valley's not gonna help you, sir, still at all, and you said you was gonna run it to the street. You didn't say anything about no ditch, you said to the street. We don't need you to flood all of Carroll Court.
No. What I mentioned is that I put a catch basin in the center of the valley, in the center of the house, and then go from one side, towards the street and the other side to the beach. I could do that, definitely. I could put a catch basin and then just run both ways.
Are you gonna do the work yourself, or you're hiring someone to do the work?
I'm gonna do pretty much all the work myself.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, unless you have I believe it's called a mitigation study that we've asked citizens before for, and that they had to hire an engineer, my vote would be no.
Yeah, and I do pretty much all the interior work. I mean, for the exterior part, I don't know, of course, I'm hiring someone to come and do the rest, but, here is exactly what I was talking about. This is looking at the house from the front. This is number 4. And you can see all this is field, all the way. This is the property line right here. This is all field. This is all dirt that he brought into the lot. So there's no mitigation done here because he didn't cut any here. He didn't cut anything. Now on this side, it goes all the way into the property, right? On the other side, that's where he's got the valleys. So I'm proposing the same thing. So I would we would have a valley just like these, to where we both can drain. Right now, he's draining everything into my property. This is what I'm proposing. If you grant me the variance, I'm gonna raise my pad the same way, so both houses are gonna look like these. He's got these 2 houses raised. I didn't see any other mitigation other than these, but I will do the same thing, the exact same thing. I will make a valley on one side, and on the other side, I can actually build a retaining wall and cut some more, if you decide that.
I don't think you, I mean, I'm not an engineer, but I'm pretty sure FEMA is not gonna let you, do that and still cause flooding to the,
So if you see,
yourself.
this is looking at it from the back, so that's Donna Court right there, and this is where the beach is. This is the property line. All of that dirt he brought in. That's new.
He had to get a permit. We know that he's
Yeah.
brought it in. He had to pay for a permit and have it surveyed and everything, sir. We're not asking you to do something that we've not asked every other citizen in the city of Brookshire that's building on something. And if we just keep on passing out variances and ordinances, then why are we making ordinances in the first place? And once again, it's going to hurt you. Your house is going to flood, and then you'll be standing there at the podium mad with the city council because we gave you a variance.
There's probably a misunderstanding. I'm not trying to build down low. I'm trying to build it up high. I'm trying to feel like these.
I understand.
My house wouldn't flood because it'll be built just like he built his house.
But because of the requirements, you have to remove as much dirt as you're bringing in. There's a balance ratio there. It may not be 1-to-1, but there's a balance ratio. And based on the size of that lot, you don't
It's not
have
possible.
the way to do that. So you're not going to be able to raise it all the way up to the same level as that other property. There's no way it's going to happen unless we give you a variance. If we give that variance, that means we're condoning water flooding into your home, and none of us want to do that. Secondly, have you provided the impervious calculations to Gunda, the detention calculations? I mean, I get what you want to do, and trust me, I feel for you. But the problem is what you have to remove and how much you're needing to bring in, it's not going to balance out. You're going to be stuck lower.
Yep.
And there's no way around that.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, but he didn't have to remove anything. He just brought in dirt.
Sir,
That was
what
the-
he
that was-
done
that was
and
it.
what you need to do is 2 total different things. He done what was required by the city of Brookshire, by the Brookshire Katy Drainage District, and by the FEMA engineer. So I'm not sure how much plainer to put it, but we would be doing a disservice to you if we gave you that variance.
Now, if you could provide a study, signed, sealed by an engineer, that says the amount of dirt you're taking out and the amount of dirt you're bringing in is not going to flood your property, it's not going to flood the neighboring property, then that's a totally different story. But right here tonight, we don't have a signed, sealed engineer report. So I understand what you want to do and what you plan and all that kind of stuff. But according to the floodplain development standards, we have to have an engineer's report. And I understand it's going to cost you more money, but if you're just hell-bent that this is something you want to do, that's kind of the steps you're going to have to take to make us feel comfortable that you're actually not going to develop, offshed on someone else's property. In addition, I understand what you're saying about the neighboring property, but like I told you from when I started, those properties were first in line. And when they did that, they met the requirements at that time, right? Now, it's unfortunate your property is the very last one to be developed and you don't have any other property to the right of you. You have a street. You have a street in front of you, then you have a ditch behind you. It's unfortunate, but for us to, and I'm just one, to approve mitigating that, knowing what we know is that there's no way at this moment, unless your engineer's creative and can prove something different, you're going to be able to match that elevation. We're kind of stuck.
Yeah, so basically I won't be able to build the same way he built. That's.
I'm saying if you have an engineer that can provide us a stamped report that meets all these 4 things that Gunda has sent you that has to be met, and he says you're going to be able to be the same elevation as that other house, and you're going to be able to take the amount of dirt out that's required based on the amount you're bringing in, then you would be able to build it. But as we sit here tonight, you don't have that report. And based on what we know, having dealt with this a few times, I don't see you being able to get a report that says that.
I already talked to 2 engineers and they said that the numbers won't balance because
Correct.
The amount of fuel that I'm bringing in.
Correct.
There's no way to cut it because of the size of my lot.
Correct.
Now,
Now, you could do a smaller home.
because he built prior to these.
I understand.
plants.
You could do a smaller home or something like that, and it might work out those numbers. But for what you're wanting to do,
I'm just gonna put it on, pyramid.
I was gonna say, would a pier and beam property be sufficient then?
I'll just put on pier and beam or base foundation. I mean,
you'll have to follow that process. There's different criteria for that, and, you know,
It's gonna cost me a lot more, and I'm gonna have to ask him if he will look here in my property.
and that's, you know, a civil matter at that point. But yeah, I mean, you have to do what you have to do for your property.
Okay, thank you.
So-
Do we need to formally vote on this, Mr. Pruitt?
I would think so.
Would it be prudent to go ahead and just vote on it so it kind of closes the door?
Blade structure, because you need to approve or deny it, or that's not yours.
Okay. Then I make the motion, we deny resolution number 1427, the variance request.
Second.
Ms. Newendorf?
4.
And Ms. Taylor?
4.
Motion carries. Let's,
And that just, as we know, as we know that, I think that, I think that section 16, 114 is that one, because it's not in the floodway, it's in the flood zone.
Mm-hmm.
And so the way that your code structure, it says for just the specific things, classifications. And so the requirement that he's gotta do is just show that it doesn't affect that one level anywhere in the
Yeah.
city. And that, but the same requirement applies, it's just, all he's gotta have is an engineer that shows that 1 foot is not gonna be affected with your which against it's an engineering report. But it is that section of your code that's applicable.
Okay, perfect.
do we want to go back to number 8 or keep going?
Sure, that sounds great.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Agenda item number 8, discussion and possible action regarding resolution number 1423, a resolution creating and appointing members to the Senior Citizen Welfare Committee. Mr. Hill.
Council, we discussed this, I believe, 2 meetings ago, with the discussion to come back with nominees from each of us. Does everyone else have nominees they're prepared to put forward?
I have a name, I just haven't had a response. I don't see it being an issue, but
Okay. Ms. Branch, Ms. Taylor?
I do.
I don't, but I probably could pick somebody out of the air real quick if you'll just take everybody else.
All right, we'll start with Ms. Newendorf, excuse me.
Mr. Ralph Sanders.
Ralph Sanders?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Quotatious Dunn.
Okay.
Ann Keener.
And who?
Keener.
Spell that for me, please.
Keener.
Okay.
And Alice Salinas.
Who?
Alice Salinas.
Oh, Alice is Linus. Okay.
Supposed to be 5 member board. I know that.
Yeah, no. This is,
So I'd like to put as well Mr. Ernest Kelly on that board.
all right now.
You go, Mr. Kelly.
They gonna need your help.
Is that a side eye? He's like,
And I'll be happy to serve as the city council liaison to that committee, since I'm not on any of the others.
Mr.
I will be happy too, cause I wasn't gonna be up here, so I was gonna throw myself in there.
Right? I'm not trading with you.
You have to.
I'm not trading with you. Mr. Ernest Kelly, who graciously volunteered to be on there and cook steak dinners for everyone the very first
Oh,
meeting.
yeah.
He stood up and raised his hand.
Oh, he just upped it. It's going to be steak and lamb chops.
Oh,
I can't wait.
I don't like lamb.
I started with thinking about a little grilled shrimp too, but we're gonna go that far. We might as well do it on up.
This is going up and up and up.
He said he's going to Long John Silver's for this meeting. Expensive it's getting.
do we need to vote on this?
I think so. So that would be the motion. I'll make that motion for the committee as presented, those 5.
Second.
Ms. Taylor, your vote,
4.
and Ms. Branch.
Or
Motion carries. Agenda item number 9. Excuse me. Discussion and possible action regarding updating the city ordinances and policies related to animal vaccination,
Certificates.
yeah, but I was thinking of something else.
certificates and sterilization.
Related to animal vaccination certificates and sterilization of animals. Ms. Newendorf, I got hung up on something else.
You're okay. If it pleases the council, I would like to request that we table this motion in light of the discussion regarding the building earlier this meeting, because I would like to hear maybe what the Animal Welfare Committee discusses with Ms. Branch, as well as what we decide on the building before we change too many things, because I do believe it may be something where if we do look at repealing and replacing city ordinances to be more in line with the direction that the city wants to go, I think it would behoove us to have them all in line with each other towards a future animal shelter, and just make sure that we're not having to go back and do things again. So I would like to give Ms. Branch an opportunity to meet with her committee, and then also discuss with her what her vision might be for the city as well.
Sounds great.
Who, second?
Second.
You? Ms. Taylor, your vote,
4.
and Ms. Branch.
Or
Okay, motion carried. Agenda item, discussion and possible action, 10, discussion and possible action regarding a representation by Grant Works. Ms. Rosie,
How do you turn on the, is it off?
Could we move on to item number 14, and by that time you would be up and running?
Look, Ms.
Does it
Branch.
take that long? Pete?
Ms. Branch.
It's coming on, it takes a while for it
Takes a while to warm up.
to warm up.
Just go ahead.
Ms. Branch.
Just go ahead.
Let's go to number 14 and come back. It'll be warmed up by then, and it'll be
When
beautiful
do-
pictures.
Never mind.
It's gonna be fast.
Okay, agenda item number 14. Discussion and possible action regarding authorization of the festival committee to purchase a camera. Ms. Taylor.
Okay, so, council members, I was approached as well as Mr. Hill to purchase a camera for the events of Brookshire. If we do purchase the camera, or if we agree on purchasing a camera, it will only be for the city events, because it's for it's for the committee from the city. So, it's up to y'all.
How we gonna do a committee and the committee members change year by year? I would say, I would like for, if we were gonna do this, that we purchase a camera for
That's what I'm saying, it's for the city,
the
but,
city,
yeah,
not the festival committee, because you just said it's only gonna
Yeah.
be used for,
the city
festivals.
events, yeah, that's what it's gonna be used for.
well,
It
what,
would be owned by the city.
Exactly, that's what I meant when I said that.
so the motion would have to be for the city of Brookshire to purchase a camera to be used by, and then it could be used by the festival committee as well as, let's not forget about that 150th sequential that's coming
He's
up.
part of it, so he's in there.
So have there been any policies discussed on this as far as when it's gonna get rented out, how long it can be rented out for?
No, that's why I'm bringing it to the
Yep.
agenda now, this is the first step.
A deposit to be
Damages.
required for damages and stuff like that. That's just kind of stuff I'd like to see. I'm not opposed to it, as long as we're not worried about it getting broke.
Do we have a maximum budget that we've thought about, or a type of camera that we're wanting to purchase?
No, I brought it to discuss with us.
Okay.
To see, what y'all think about it.
I know, like,
because like I
I mean,
said, I
yeah.
wasn't the first person that
Sure.
reached out to.
I just don't know if we were talking about, something, obviously there's varying degrees of difficulty in equipment. If we're talking about a DSLR, they're very pricey and they do take a fair amount of skill to use them. Or are we thinking about something simpler, that point and click? Or even,
I keep on
care about
looking
those.
at you. I wasn't gonna call your name, Mr. Pruitt, but could you give us a little insight on how that would work? And
do we need to set a maximum budget or not at this time?
This is so wide open that it's, you're just discussing what it is you want to do.
I mean,
It sounds like, that's right, it's to be a city purchase or used by the committee, and then if you wanna add policy to that, that's fine. I mean, I know you have, it's a little different than your department head purchasing thing, because it doesn't really, that's not what the department head purchases, it's just a city purchase, so, I mean, as long as you, I know we're not looking to spend this much, but as long as you keep under $50,000, it's just, you can make it.
I was thinking like
I was about to
1,000.
okay,
Give every citizen a camera for
I
that.
was thinking more like under.
I personally own a really nice DSLR and it was 1,200, and I think that would be a little bit more. It does have a lot more manual settings, and if we want to get into the realm of manual settings, I feel like there's more room for error whenever you get into that realm with somebody that's not experienced with that type of equipment. If we're wanting it just to be rented out, used for specific events or specific purposes, turned back in order to have high quality images, we probably want to look at something a little bit more user friendly, which in turn tends to be cheaper.
so I've heard the word rented out.
so why we?
Checked out, reserved, I don't know, yeah.
Yeah.
That
Some
way
sort
we
of-
can keep,
That it
I
would,
mean, it could
who
be
he
checked
was
out or
with.
rented if it's done for the committee. I mean, if the.
Yeah, I
committee
wouldn't,
chooses-
but I mean,
well, say that y'all put Billy Miles on the committee for Cinco de Mayo, and Billy Miles comes, checks out the camera, and somebody bumps into him and he drops it in a water puddle, and now we have no camera. So are we gonna make Billy Miles pay how much ever for the camera, or are we gonna make rules and regulations, or are we just fixing to say, hey, here y'all go, everybody snap pictures? It shouldn't be that hard of a deal, but
Yeah, it is.
Well, we need to decide on which way we're gonna do that and make sure that damages fall in there and make sure there's a sign in sheet as well before we,
And you know who's
can
out
get
on the
it.
committee, so, and stuff like that, so you know who can sign it out and who can't.
Yeah. That's what I would suggest.
Mhm. Do you have a range in mind, Ms. Taylor? Or have you been given a range?
Not really. I just, like I said, I just brought it to everyone because it was approached to me and then also you, but did she ask you for amount?
She didn't ask me, she just asked, is it possible for the city to purchase a camera? And I told her that's something we'd have to
Discuss.
find
That's
out.
what I told her
And
too. That was
that
the
would be
answer.
my concern is if it is a city asset, again, we're dealing with humans, right? So it can easily be broke. It is a sensitive piece of equipment to a degree. But my other concern is we have some sort of policies and procedures for when it could be checked out. You know, we're not financing a private photography business,
Right.
as has been alleged in the past with other camera purchases. So that would be my, before I'm comfortable, I'd like to see if we can, number one, know a range, but then B, discuss some sort of policies and procedures to be put in place.
Okay.
so if you'd like to just put it on the next agenda and
Get some.
bring us back with some,
Table would be good.
Okay.
and I think
Y'all just send me
cameras,
y'all policies that y'all want.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have
Send
to
them
get
the
Mr. Pruitt to
Oh, okay.
yeah, that's,
write up the ones we
you don't want
suggest.
him to get bored.
Yeah.
Who? Oh, you don't want him to get bored.
And what you said, Ms. Nanda?
I'm sorry.
What were you saying? What were you saying when we was talking about Mr. Pruitt?
Oh, I
said
didn't
that.
say anything.
I heard you, but she was
Oh,
talking.
I thought she said.
No, no, no. Oh, no, I was just saying yes to have policies and procedures, but
And it be simple enough that it doesn't take an engineer to,
No.
they're sort of like cell phones. You know, you get this handy dandy camera that works great, but then 6 months down the road, they don't have the SIM card that goes into it to hold all the things. But Miss Taylor, that's a great idea, and I look forward to hearing your results.
Okay. Well, we're not taking no action.
No
We're gonna
action.
place this on the next agenda.
Not the next one.
Hmm?
Not the next one, I'll let y'all know, yeah. When
No,
I
we
get the
can-
information, okay?
How about next agenda?
I wish you would put it.
Okay, give me, we got all of these. Okay, the next
Fee.
Green
Thanks for
Sun
saying.
Pros.
agenda item is number 10, the discussion and possible action regarding a presentation by Grant Works. Ms. Rosie.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for scheduling time for this presentation. Today we're going to be going over the Section 3 issuance policy guidance by the Texas Department of Agriculture. This presentation is for the city's information only and does not require any action at this time. Project CDM 21-0253 is currently awarded. Mr. Barnes mentioned that there's going to be a bid opening next week, Thursday. That is for this project specifically. This project is subject to that policy issuance by TDA, and it is for your downtown revitalization sidewalk ADA improvements project. TDA grants are funded through the CDBG program through and funneled through HUD and TDA. They are partners in that funding allocation. Under this updated policy, the City of Brookshire must implement appropriate changes to contracts, policies, procedures to maintain compliance with Section 3 HUD Act of 1968 Section 3 in a nutshell is information, or Section 3 in a nutshell is informing and facilitating access for low to moderate income residents and individuals in close proximity to the project area of any opportunities for employment that are either generated by or indirectly benefiting from associated or associations with this grant fund. As a condition of this funding, by having this presentation and the documents that were input for the bid requirements for the project moving forward, the city is in compliance with the Section 3 policy. Oh, why is it not? Oh, somebody put thingies on it. Hang on. Okay. Informing and facilitating access for Section 3 businesses and Section 3 workers are provided, are making sure workers are provided notice of opportunities when they arise. This means knowing where to find the request for bids when job opportunities arise due to influx of work generated by grant-funded projects. For precise definitions, you can refer to the Texas CDBG policy issuance 20-01. If anybody's interested in receiving that, we can also email it to you. A company may qualify as a Section 3 business if they are owned by low-income persons or they are owned by a Section 3 assisted household resident, or 75% of the labor hours for the business within a 3-month period were performed by individuals that qualify as Section 3 workers. Businesses that want to register their Section 3 status may do so at the HUD's Section 3 website, listed there. Or they can complete Form A-1023 for submission to TDA directly. Okay, and so as I mentioned earlier, the City of Brookshire has followed the bidding advertisement requirements in the Section 3 postings and will receive bids for 2021 CDBG Downtown Revitalization Program, ADA improvements. The TDA contract, again, is CDM 21-0253. Bid opening is going to take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, March 9th, 2023, at the City of Brookshire at this location. And that is the time that you will be receiving or understanding what the prices are for the bid project at that time. So in practice, we expect most contractors to calculate the LMI status for all workers based on payroll and family size. It's based on your annual income for your Section 3 worker, and if they are under the AMI limit for your county threshold. So the 2021 data that we have from TDA currently means that if somebody was a household of one, the annual threshold for them was $44,150. We haven't received updated annual income data from TDA as of yet, so that we're looking back a couple years. Per TDA guidance regarding Section 3 outreach to targeted Section 3 workers, we must utilize block group grants, or block groups within close proximity of the project area. Furthermore, we must use the fewest number of block groups possible to reach at least 5,000 individuals without far exceeding the 5,000 minimum to do so. The selections must be in close proximity to the project, but not restricted by county or city, only proximity to the project location, which is generally we pick the center of where the most activity is going to be. The maps listed on this slide right here were developed by selecting the midpoint of the project area and then creating a 1-mile radius from the center of that pinpoint. This mile radius dictates the target block groups that were selected in order to capture as close to, but slightly over the 5,000 Section 3 identified workers required. As part of this updated policy, grant recipients are required to track all hours worked on the project based on the 3 categories listed above, or listed on this slide. This will be required, this requires income documentation reporting, and our labor department helps track that for the city once we actually get into construction way, and I track that for Jordan, actually, as your project manager, tracks that for the city admin. Engineering contracts are exempt from this rule. Again, there are links in the live presentation that were sent to the city, just going over the 20-01 policy issuance, and then the electronic federal code of regulations where this applies. Again, if you have inquiries of what you want to see these policies, we can send them to you directly. And the local contact is Mayor Branch, passed by the resolution that was adopted at the beginning of this contract. And that is the extent of the information that we have to share. Y'all have any questions? Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Okay. Okay. Let's go to agenda item number 15. Request for future agenda items.
I agree. That's not the man's name.
Just the tabled items, but if the March 16th meeting does occur, I will not be here. I'll be at Rodeo Austin, so
March 16th.
push it to the one in April.
Okay, any more?
That's it, I'm sorry.
Mr. Hill?
I have three, Mayor. Discuss some possible action, police department salary adjustments and incentive pay structure.
Second.
Hold on.
Say that again.
Discuss some possible action, police department salary adjustments and incentive pay structure. Or compensation may be a better word than salary.
Mayor, I believe he's trying to get your attention.
Will there be anything, on the executive session that would require the folks from Grant Works?
Yes.
Assistance, there may be one item.
Yes.
Pardon my interruption.
Nope.
As soon as I said I was going home.
Not yet.
We've got a long ways to go.
And your next one, Mr. Hill?
Discussion of possible action, amending the permitting fee schedule and implementing contractor registration fees, and a resolution or a ordinance, there you go, if required.
Second.
Ms. Neuendorf, your vote.
4.
And Ms. Taylor.
4.
Next one, Mr. Hill.
Discussion and possible action, billing Eric James Scott for the improper use of City of Brookshire's legal services provided by Olson & Olson on January 6, 2023, allowing for fines and fees per day until paid in full.
Second.
Ms. Branch, you seconded, right?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Neuendorf?
4.
And Ms. Taylor, your vote.
4.
Any more, Mr. Hill?
I've reached my threshold of 3.
All right. Ms. Taylor?
None at this time, sir.
What?
None at this time, sir.
Ms. Branch?
I only
Birthday
have
girl.
one, Mayor. I know probably before this council was elected that we set up a job, whatever y'all call them.
Fair.
Description.
Whatever, for a city engineer. We're in need of a city
Yes, we are.
engineer. It's long overdue, and all of this money
I
that
thought
we're
the-
just,
What happened to the,
so I would like for that to get tidied up and us go, out as soon as we can. And I mean, when Mayor Branch first got elected, I know that he met with 2 and maybe possibly 3 that were, 2 from the Sealy area and 1 from Katy. And we need a city engineer.
what happened to the guy? The one that was with,
So, I guess my, future agenda item is to have Mr. Pruitt tidy up our job description for a city engineer.
If you
And,
want, we need to say an update on the, because we can get that done before.
okay, what Mr. Pruitt just said.
second.
Ms. Newendorf?
Or,
The drainage man. Remember about that young one?
That's something a little different.
And Mr. Hill.
4.
Ms. Branch, you have any more?
No, thank you, sir.
It's still gonna be long, 'cause y'all gonna hear more.
Next agenda item is council reports and community announcements.
I do.
Chief Miller, when you breeze in here?
About 5 minutes ago, I checked my watch, Mayor Branch.
She called you out on that one. Called him out on that one.
I do have one.
Do what?
I have one.
Okay, but you come last. Ms. Newendorf, you have any announcements?
yes, sir, just one. April 29th is the Waller County 4-H barbecue. I know it's quite a bit in advance. However, the community participation in that event last year was very low. So I would love for everybody to mark that on their calendars ahead of time. The 4-H barbecue is being held in conjunction with the sesquicentennial for the county. I know we have a Royal FFA show coming up in there too, but I bet you know the date.
Yep, third
Okay.
week in March.
How about, that's at the fairground right now?
The barbecue? Yes, sir. It's at the fairground. There's supposed to be a silent auction, a live auction. You can purchase barbecue plates as well as raffle tickets. Currently, contact a Waller County 4-H member because the entire county is selling them. And then I know that the county sesquicentennial celebration is also doing their own set of events at the same time at the same location. So hopefully that will help.
Mr. Hill?
Convention center repairs our interior repairs are complete. They're doing one more coat of finish wax, I guess, on the dance floor on Saturday.
Thank you.
And then the following Saturday, they're going to come strip and wax the VCT area, and then the interior will be completely done.
They got the lights in the bathroom?
Everything's done. We're waiting on the in the
Section.
bathrooms. The only thing we're waiting on is the toilet paper dispensers to be installed by the paper product company that we use here at the city. But that should happen any moment now. So yeah, you can walk through there. It's completely ready to go, with the exception of those 2 items. And then the exterior work should start this weekend, power washing the exterior, and painting should begin here in the next week or 2. And so hopefully by mid-month, we're completely done with those projects.
That's good.
Good job, good job.
Good job. Thank
So.
you. We appreciate that.
And that's all I have.
Ms. Taylor?
I have one. The event planning committee will be meeting March 9th at 5 o'clock at the Brookshire Library.
I have none, Mayor.
None?
No, sir.
Okay. If that's all, we are ready for agenda number 17, executive session. The city council will meet in a closed session pursuant to Title 5, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code for the purpose of
Time.
8:39.
Give him the last page of the agenda.
What's the number, agenda item number?
I think 19 is a adjournment, so 18.
19. Agenda item, we don't need to do that.
I just didn't know if you had to say it.
No action items.
Okay.
Agenda item number 19, adjournment.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Ms. Noondorf
4.
and Mr. Hill.
4.
It's the longest